Okay. Is this going? I think it's going. I don't know. Might not be on today's stream. Oh gosh. That's unfortunate. I don't know if you're here right now, but that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear about the leg. Okay. Is everything working? I don't know if it is or not. Let me make sure this is actually going. Okay, it is. You just got Poke Rust. Nice. Very nice. Let me get some lights on in here so it doesn't feel too dark. There we go. I would like to start tonight's session with a slight warning. That was loud. So there is a winter storm that is supposedly going to be hitting my area starting tomorrow. And we currently have no idea exactly how bad it's going to be because it keeps changing the forecast and stuff. So all we know is it's going to happen. Now that means nothing for tonight. I'm still going to be able to do this just fine. But that does mean that for Sunday, not likely I'm going to be able to do anything. We'll have to see. I'll try to make an update if things are going to be able to work out or not. Don't know. Because power might go out. They might have to selectively cut out power in certain areas just so, you know, they're not overdoing things. So I might not be able to go live on Sunday. We will just have to see. But who cares? Because I'm getting the cocoa tonight. We all know that. Because I'm over odds. I'm literally standing in the odds. So if I can stand in the odds at the start of this, then I'm going to get the shiny tonight. I just know it. I have the feeling. It's in me. Real quick, I need to do my total encounters update to see what I'm at right now. Okay, if I get the shiny this one, it'll be 280 total. I also got Pokemon Shining Pearl set up so that if I do happen to get Tapu Koko tonight, then I will be able to immediately pivot. And if I don't get it tonight, then I just have that ready. I think I messed up my 3DS when I did the screen replacement. Because my A, B, and X all have the regular clicky feel. But the Y feels a bit interesting. So, it works. You can still press it. It just doesn't have the same clicky sound. It definitely doesn't have the same travel. So I don't know if I knocked something out of position when I had the system open. If I did something else wrong. But it works, so I don't feel like risking anything, tearing open the system again just to fix one minor inconvenience. Plus, you don't really use Y that much. Like, I press it once, I think, per booting up the the save. Assuming I want to get on the bike. Because I don't think it saves being on the bike. So you would have to actually put in to be on the bike again. Or something like that. Let's see. Yes, literally either of you could take that. I'll take this. Ice type fitting for the storm on the way. Hello, shiny Giratina. So I actually feel very pressured to get the shiny because this is potentially the last chance I get to hunt it for an unknown amount of time, possibly up to a week. I really don't know how the storm is going to affect us, if it's going to come and go or if it's going to stick around for a bit. Don't know what effects it being around is going to have. I'm just in it until it's over. Going for Tapu Bulu. Nice. Good luck on that. This feels very weird tonight because I usually have a nap before, well, I guess between coming home and now, just so I'm well rested because I usually sleep during the day, but I didn't do that today. I don't know, I just wasn't feeling particularly tired when I got home. And in fact, I actually had more urge to do stuff. So I really don't know how that's going to affect me. Because I don't think I'm going to magically just go to sleep at a normal time just because I stayed up. Swampert. That's actually really nice. This little winter storm that we're expecting might be good news for me, though. Because I have recently been like on a Final Fantasy grind in my free time. In fact, I just finished 10. I've been playing them in order because I have pretty much every game now. And I'm hoping that at least this will give me an opportunity to do games other than that for a little bit. Because I want to play through the first two, or I guess three, because Persona 2 has 2 games. but the first like 3 Persona games, basically every Persona game before 3 came out. So it's Persona 1 and the 2 Persona 2 games. I have those to play, and I also want to finish playing through Black and White. I'm playing Black right now on the side just to get that done with. But I should be able to finish it. I just hope all my systems will last me. I mean, I should get enough battery life out of things to where even if I used every system for an entire day, I should get a good amount of use. I just gotta make sure I turn off my PS5 tonight. Keep it in rest mode. You can't believe you got Poker Rust? That's nice. Because, like, Poker Rust is rare. Like, it's rarer than a shiny, so that's really nice to get. I don't think I've ever got Poker Rust myself. I might have. But I think usually when I get it, it's because I did a bunch of trades and it got spread to my Pokemon. Because, I mean, that's kind of how it works. It's kind of the idea. It's supposed to be passed around like that. And then, of course, it doesn't help either that, like, a bunch of hacked Pokemon just come with it. So, there were definitely times where I just didn't immediately trade out hacked Pokemon, and then they just passed it along. Back, so we got, yeah. Unfortunately, still haven't gotten it. I'm hoping tonight that changes. Because, I mean, I'm already over odds. And based on past sessions, I'm going to get about... I would say I might get to 130 tonight. So... You know, I think that's pretty good to get to. You named your Galarian Moltres Carl. Nice. We love to see it. Carl is friend. Yeah, I did not mean to hit the stick. I just have big hands. Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't want Porygon to faint. Well, I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to Hex. Because Hex does big damage. Max Airstream, who's that going into? Oh no, oh, but Swampert is a bulky water type. I forgot about that part. I think it'd be hilarious if I get Coco on the first one tonight. Because then it's going to be the same story. I do all the preparation for the hunt. And it just ends. not have to shift gears. And unfortunately, I do not have 2 copies of the Diamond and Pearl remakes, so I can only hunt on 1 game. But honestly, I'm not too upset because soft resets become a nightmare when you're not using 2 of the same model. Like 2 Switch 2, optimal, because they load the fastest. 2 Switch 1, not as optimal, but they at least load about the same. But when you mix the 2 together, you're going to have one that you have to hold back on doing resets on just to keep in sync with the other. And of course, you could just not pay attention to that, but that's going to be awkward where one game just casually pulls ahead. But I'm not too worried about it. I did not update the sub goal, that's my bad. I will do an update. Okay, where is my cursor? It does this weird thing where like it just disappears. I normally don't update this, but, well, not like this at least, but I forgot to do it. Was Pokerus even due? So, are you familiar with EV training? You know, boosting a Pokemon's stats through knocking out other Pokemon? Basically, I think what it does is it doubles the EVs you get when EV training. And of course, you know, there are the additional, like if you give it the proper held item, then it gets even more. Knocking out certain Pokemon will give you specific stats. Basically, it just makes it easier to make your Pokemon strong. Okay, Porygon, no. Vanillish, I think that's a no. Swampert, that's a no. And Tapu Koko, that's a no. Okay, I'm checking this one because I can't tell. It's not. It would be funny if I got Tapu Koko on the same number of encounters as Tapu Fini. The chances of that are very slim, though, because, I mean, you know, it's 2-1-100. I mean, it's not actually that slim. Like, the only thing slim about it is, like, okay, I got, not Lele, I got Fini specifically at 112. So that just means I have to roll a 1 in 100 on 112. And since I'm over odds, I mean, even though every encounter has the same chance to be shiny, and it really could be shiny at any point, this is at the point where it's like really... I just realized Gorgeist has a bit of a black shiny going on. It's not entirely a black shiny. I feel like I'd say it's purple more than I would say it's a black shiny. Because, like, the main body does turn black, but the hair I feel like is the main color you notice, and that goes purple. So I'd probably say it's a purple shiny more. I will say black shinies and white shinies are 2 of my favorite shinies ever. They just always look good. that's for sure. I don't know if they're that slim. I wish I had a Pokemon game for my Switch Lite, because then that could be playing something. I have Shining Pearl, which, since I'm not technically using it, I could boot it up, but it's set. Actually, it's not set up. That's the issue. Like, I literally don't even have a save, so I would have to sit here and play through a bit of Shining Pearl just to get to a point where I have Pokeballs and can shiny hunt. And the only other two games I have with save files set up are the two Legends. And I don't really feel like doing shiny hunts in those. I don't know if I'm a fan of this path. Even though this is good, I mean, it's still bad because of the fairy typing on Coco. Okay, I'm freezing, but this is about to end. Next battle, first turn. I'm gonna go bundle up a bit so I'm not freezing. Okay, let's see. Ironically, the electric type is probably the best thing I had the choice to take. But I'm fine with that. Okay, it's either still going. Okay. I was gonna say it was either still going or I somehow took long enough to have that turn finish and auto pick the next turn. Did not know which one it was. Cold. Gonna catch this little doggy. Doge. I like the dog. Let's see. Oh, I didn't even get a choice. I was gonna switch to it, but I guess not. Hello. I don't know if I have what I need to fight this. I had to leave school early today because you felt sick. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Survived like 20 minutes of the first lesson until you had to go to medical. Oh, that sucks. It's fine, you're better now? Well, that's good. That's good at least. Could it be better? Of course. Could have not happened at all. But being better now is still good. wish you knew me in real life. Well, maybe someday we'll run into each other somehow. It's always possible. Travel to America. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be America. I mean, there's always a chance we could both be traveling to the same place. Great. That just gives me an excuse to take that. This team is very mid, because Poppy is about to die. Crocodile is going to die. Convince your parents to take you to Sweden, and I can convince myself. I'd consider it. I've never been to Sweden. I've never left the country. I don't know why I say Sweden specifically. I've never left the country. I want to go to Canada. That's where I want to go. I don't want to just go to Canada either. I'd like to move to Canada. Canada seems awesome. But I don't know what it's like going to Canada, how any of that works. I have another friend who's set on going there, so maybe I'll follow the footsteps on that. You've been to Canada before? Nice. Which part of Canada? Are they called provinces? Is that what they're called? I think that's right. I remember one time in like 5th grade, I had to do a group project in like my history class where we were learning about Canada and like the different provinces or whatever. And so so the teacher signed us all, like every group got assigned a different part of Canada. And like we had to research it, everyone had to contribute one fun fact, and we also had to like draw it out and everything. And my group got none of it. So that was fun. And I think we had to like do this on a poster board, so we had to draw it pretty big. And I remember like the teacher provided us colors for it. And I'm pretty sure my group, whatever color we picked for it, we went through like 4 or more color, or 4 or more markers just to get the full thing colored in. And I thought that was pretty funny. Because we just like absolutely drained our teacher of resources. You've been to Egypt, Spain, France, Canada. You've been to Wales and Northern Ireland. Interesting. Or the rest of Ireland? Ah. I've never like fully considered going anywhere specifically, but someday it would be nice to just go out of the country just to see somewhere I've never really seen before. Your back, your leg turns out to only be fractured, not completely broken, so you might be able to... That's nice. That's good to hear. Hopefully that heals for you pretty quickly. Or at least as quick as something like that can heal. I don't know if I can necessarily hope it can go any quicker. But I guess I can hope it doesn't go any longer than it needs to. Crocodile, no. Bolton, no. Wheezing, no. Type of cocoa, no. Okay, this is fun being overodds because, like, I get mini rushes of anxiety now every time I do one of these. Because, like, when I was under odds, it's like, oh, you know, it can happen, but I'm not going to expect it. So, you know, it was just kind of like, oh, if it happens, it happens. But, like, now, you know, it truly can be any encounter at this point. If I had to guess, I'd probably get it between 114 and 116. That'd be my guess. Because at that point, I would have seen about 100 Pokemon since the last shiny. It's with the right. Your mom is over odds. Oh wow. Hey, I'm not banning anyone unless you're like actually being a jerk and stuff. Trust me, you would have to like try. I love the Xenoblade soundtracks. You said 35 Moltres adventures? Nice. Or I guess you just did the 35th. I would assume you did not just simultaneously do 35 at the same time. Is it actually? That's crazy. I haven't hunted Moltres in like a long time. I typically tend to stay away from hunting the Kanto birds. Unfortunately, I can say this right now, I will never do Showdown because background. So this is not actually the first Pokemon channel I've had. I had another one before this, but it wasn't strictly Pokemon. I swapped between phases of doing strictly Pokemon and phases of doing like literally everything and Pokemon. So that one was very inconsistent when it was around. And I used to do Showdown on it, but I just lost all passion for competitive and other Showdown related things. So I likely won't be doing Showdown anytime soon. But maybe someday. You're not lying this time? That's great. Named it Danielle. Or Daniel. I don't know why I defaulted to Danielle. Unless I was right the first time and I'm just an expert. Oh, I had a story I was going to tell about the Kanto birds. So I'm just not a big fan of hunting them. Because Dynamax adventures, I would much rather hunt other things. So I've never really wanted to do them through Dynamax adventures. And of course, with soft resets, not saying it's impossible to notice them. In fact, I'm typically pretty good about noticing them. But like, just how barely different some of them are, it's definitely a high risk of just accidentally resetting over the shiny. Well, I've seen Danielle spelt the other way, so that's why I was unsure. First shiny legendary, that's nice. Hopefully I'll get my 5th soon. Coco. Others we have saved our Solgaleo and Tapu Koko. Nice. Are you gonna hunt one of those next? Or are you gonna try to find another thing to hunt? I don't know why I had to think so hard about switching. Probably Registeel? Ooh, good luck with that. I'm gonna do the Regis at some point. I just don't know exactly when. Or how, because obviously Sword and Shield, you can hunt them through the DLC. But I'm pretty sure in BDSP you can also hunt them. So I guess it'll just be personal choice. And I'll probably still choose Sword and Shield. Just because that I actually can double hunt. Although it's going to be inconvenient because I either have to do the pattern every time to keep them more in sync, or I have to like force the Switch 2 to do longer resets or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll do like some hybrid thing where like I only reset on one game from the other one. I don't know what I'll do yet. I'll figure it out when I get to them. Tapu Koko in a Scottish accent. So I'm sure your favorite game's Shiny Hunt. I like them. They're fun. Of course, they were also the first games I actually shiny hunted in, so... I'm looking forward to doing hunts in this game. I guess more hunts in this game, rather. Because I got some things planned. Next final, Ruby Sapphire, so easy to hunt in. Yeah, I personally just wasn't a big fan of Gen 6. So that's probably why I'm not as fond of them as games to hunt in and stuff. Like, I did do hunts in them because I had the games, but they just never really like stood out to me as like, oh, I need to do hunts in this. I'm hoping someday I can change that, but that day is not today. First game you actually shiny hunted in was Legends Arceus, but your first shiny was Let's Go Eevee. Ah, yeah. I didn't see how many lives I have. Oh gosh. Doesn't help that 2 of the Pokemon are weak to electric moves. How is the right game ahead right now? Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I was waiting for it to fall back behind. Oh, hey, it can't swagger like it probably was going to. I hate when NPCs get swagger. Because they always use it at, like, the worst times. Like, they always wait until you're going up against a very strong physical attacking Pokemon to hand them the attack boost. And then, of course, we all know Pokemon is actually coded against you. So, obviously, when your opponent is confused, they never get hit in confusion. But when you're confused, you hit yourself every single time. It's just how the games are coded to work. It's not. But it's how it feels. Your first shiny was not even wild. Was really? You got that as a shiny? Well, I'm taking very good care of it, so I'm glad I got to flex on you a bit. Playing through Black and White, as much as I love the games, it is so confusing. Because I will see the same exact name displayed for my character and the professor. So I'm just sitting there like, huh? Which one? Who are you talking about? Because, like, I don't think they actually have any difference as long as you don't put your name in all caps or all lowercase. And half the time I don't even think they say professor beforehand, so, you know, makes it even harder to tell who they're talking about. Find Moltres on your first adventure today? Nice. Also, we're at 112. This was the number that I got Feeny. So, if it shines on this one, then I guess that means it doesn't have enough space, unfortunately. Like, that's literally maxing the character limit in older games. I do think that's kind of... That's a shiny Sharpedo. Okay. I'm secretly crying. Because I know that means I'm not going to get the Tapu Koko. Yeah. Anyways, I was gonna say, I think that's funny because I actually like Cinchino, whichever one specifically she has. I mean, she uses both, depending on which, like, if you're playing the originals or the sequels. But I just think it's interesting that I actually like that line, and she uses that line. Something tells me we're the same person. Open. Where is it? Oh, it's definitely not in that area. There it is. Boop. Boop. I think 112 only works on water Pokemon. At least I know 112 is a lucky number for hunts. Just didn't happen to be lucky for this one. You assume the Pokedex is showing it when it's complete. Okay. I don't like this path. okay, I'm fine with this. The NPCs don't have the worst things in the world. I can get 2 ground types, a ground type and an electric type. Or I can get a poison type and... Can't tell. Oh, yeah, no. I'm just going to the right. What would I consider worse learning? TCG or learning off compet? I mean, learning TCG isn't too hard. There's only a few rules you really need to know. And I was able to learn it very easy. But also, like, I don't know, because I don't do Smogon tiers. I do, like, when I did competitive, I did, like, actual VGC rules. So Smogon tiers were not a thing for me. Did not have to worry about them. Hunting Mewtwo next, nice. Quick question before I ask asking like a lot of questions. Give me stuff to talk about, please. I started playing Final Fantasy X too because I finished 10 today. And oh my gosh, I'm already in love with that game. Like the music. I'm listening to the Mission Complete, or really it's the victory theme because it plays after every battle as well. It's so good. Like genuinely one of the best victory themes I've ever heard in a game. Like, I've already willingly left this on loop a bit. Just because I love it so much. And I think it's funny, because when I first heard about 10 and 10.2, I really wanted to get the Switch port of the HD remaster. But I held off on it. And my reason for holding off was I didn't want to pay for the 2 games Because at the time, I only thought I would commit to playing 10, and I had no interest in 10 2. And I'm like, I don't want to pay for 2 games when I'm only realistically going to play 1. But, you know, I've changed since then. And I'm actually going through the entire series in order. So that's why I'm on 10 2 right now. And I actually love this game so much. Like, genuinely, already, it's one of my favorite Final Fantasies I think I've played. It's also such an interesting concept because prior to this, no game had got a direct sequel. Like, obviously every game was considered a sequel, that's why they're numbered. But, you know, no game had the direct sequel because the next number would be a new entry. But 10 was the first time we saw 10 2. Another 10? Whoa. I love it. It's such a cool concept to continue the story of a game. And that actually makes me kind of excited because there's a certain entry that many people hate, but I'm actually looking forward to. It's like the one entry that's not on anything modern for some reason. But it also has a sequel. And in fact, it has a second sequel. It was that good, even though it's one of the most hated. I'm actually very looking forward to 13. Well, I think of the Roblox Pokemon games, the ones that keep getting banned. I mean, it depends on, like, the situation. I'm not too, like, educated on those. Do these games have any form of monetization? Because, like, if there's any monetization at any level from these, then yes, they do, unfortunately, deserve to get shut down. Because that's someone else monetizing off of a work that they do not fully own. You know, that's not cool. But I think also, I mean, it makes sense. Like, the, you know, copyright holder has the copyright stuff to all their stuff. If they genuinely want something taken down, they have the right to have it taken down. That's why it exists. The entire point is to prevent someone from, you know, doing stuff with a work that they don't own. You know, that's the whole point of it. So, you know, I can't say I'm against it because they're just using their rights. If they don't want people making free-to-play Pokemon games like that, then they don't have to allow it. They have that right. It's a whole ton of people. Some have monetization, some don't. They don't. They get enough players. Yeah, see, that's where it's an issue then. Because they're making money off of it. And of course, if things like this get shut down a lot, then yeah, usually the next good one is going to get a lot of popularity. And then, you know, the cycle continues. So yeah, if there's monetization involved, then automatically, then there's no forgiving. That is quite literally justified to get shut down. Like, I think as soon as money gets involved, that's where you have to draw the line and be like, nope, Pokemon's in the right. Because that's just how copyright works. You know, it's useless if it doesn't do that. Because that's the whole point of it existing. So yeah, really, as long as money... Like, as soon as money enters the picture, boom. I don't want to say this in a negative way, but it does deserve to get shut down. Because, you know, you can't do that. Like, legally, you cannot do that. unless you have permission specifically. But if a Pokemon game was going to actually be allowed on Roblox, I think it would be one that was officially made. But I've heard there's like Lumion Legacy, I think, which is a Pokemon-like game on Roblox that's actually original characters and stuff. So I think that's fine. Actually seems kind of interesting too. I don't play Roblox, so there's that. I will say there is. Well, I have some interest in the Alestrals game that A Drive is doing because, while I wasn't very much into the TCG he did, because I don't do TCG much, it definitely seems like an interesting game. Because, you know, it's very Pokemon-like, that's the point. Yeah, maybe it would be fun to play Alestrals at some point. Because I know there's, like, they're not called Shinies. I don't know what they are called in that game. But, you know, there's the equivalent to Shiny Pokemon. So, you know, that could be fun to do someday. Lumion Legacy is made from the people who made the original game from 2017 that got banned right up. Ah. See, Lumion Legacy, that's at least fine, I think, because it's actually an original game. Is that what they're called in Alestrals? I just remember I saw A Drive like playing. I don't know if it was a demo or the actual game. I don't even know how far the game is in development. But I just remember seeing something about A Drive. He was playing it and he was doing like shiny hunting. Put it in air quotes. Think you have a lying problem? Why do you say that? Oh, they're called Stellars. Okay. It's coming to Switch. Tempting, tempting. It's coming to Switch. That's tempting. I mean, it comes to Steam too. I'm indifferent. I'd play it on either. But I feel like with how Pokemon coded it is, I would like to play it on Switch. You you didn't lie about the mole trace? Okay, so the mole trace happened. So then what did you lie about? $2.50. Hold on. Is there any information on this game? Q4 of 27. Dang. We're a good ways away. You know what? I'll consider it. I'm genuinely interested. It depends on how much it's going to cost. Because, like, I don't know how much they're going to charge for it. But, like, if it's not too expensive, because, like, think about it, okay? Pokemon is, like, a full-on, like, it makes sense for Pokemon. I have no idea how much they're going to charge for this. If it's not too much, I might genuinely get 2 copies. Or I guess it's probably going to be digital, so just buy it digital on both accounts. And then do some double hunting in it. I know that would... That's interesting. I'll consider... Because, like, you know, the only concern I have is literally in the name itself, Pokemon plays Pokemon. So why would I not... Or I guess why would I play some not Pokemon? But I think it's close enough that I could at least get with playing it for a bit. I mean, it wouldn't be a permanent thing, but I'd definitely play through it just to see what it's like. Lie about not being single. You lie about going to work. You just told me things that have happened just aren't true. You need help. New crush doesn't even exist? And I don't really know what to say. I mean, I'm definitely not an expert in this subject. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's good advice. Just turn them into goals. Three questions, truthfully, and 2 of them. You have to guess which one is a lie. I'm bad at this. Nothing too personal. I'll be able to tell the truth to two of them. I'm not good at coming up with questions. That's like my one flaw. I lack any ability to actually think. What the? I swear I just saw something like fall or something. I think I'm going crazy. Yeah, I'll swap. So your mom fall. Okay, that was definitely not true. Big enough damage. Very aggressive typing indeed. Okay, your house burnt down. The first kiss with your boy, your old brother's age, and your favorite animal was a frog. The lie is that your favorite animal. How many lies are there? Is it 2 truths and 1 lie, or 2 lies and 1 truth? I want to say frog is a lie. One lie. Okay, frog is the lie. Frog is never the truth. Well, I was gonna say it. I just had to make sure I was answering it right. Because I didn't want to be like, I think the frog is the lie, and then I was actually supposed to be guessing the 1 truth in there. As good as this path seemed on paper, it's really not that good. Like, I'm probably about to lose in this fight because I have 1 life. The frog is a lie. Never change your first guess. Come on. Why at least I must be wrong. That's not fun. Interesting. You once had several life-threatening diseases and was hospital for 4 months. And then we wait for the next one to load. This clicked. You know, the text takes a minute to load, you know. We're running on older hardware, so... You know, can't really process all the text at fast speeds. I don't even know what I'm yapping about. Oh, I felt so proud of myself the other day. So, I had decided to reshell my Joy-Con that came with my OLED very late into having my Switch OLED. Like, this was right before the Switch 2 came out. It was about a year ago I did this. But while I was doing the left Joy-Con, the, like, button that actually goes under the left trigger, that broke. So I had to harvest it from another Joy-Con. So I've had a pair of Joy-Con I just can't use for the longest time because one button I had to harvest from that pair. But recently I found my old left Joy-Con from my original Switch. And fortunately for me, the left trigger still worked on it. So I was able to put it in. And now it works. The only issue is I lost the screws. So it's fine. 2, you once broke your arm while skateboarding. And 3, you once inhaled so much salt water that you started coughing up blood and had to be rushed to the hospital. I think 2. I think that would just be really funny if, like, the easiest one to, like, actually be true is the one that's a lie. Like, I feel like you would have the most wild life, but then something that's a normal occurrence in most people's lives, you've just never done. I fought off life-threatening diseases. I had to be rushed to the hospital for inhaling salt water. But I ain't never broken no arm falling off no skateboard. Oh, I was waiting for the NPCs. Actually, broke your leg? Ah. I need to clean my room a bit. I have so many boxes from stuff I've ordered. I have the box my PS3 came in, have the box some sitting cues came in, have the box my PSP came in, have a box my PS2 controller came in. And they're all just sitting here because I left, like, all the bubble wrap and everything in them. Which I don't know why I do that because, like, it's not like I'm selling anything I got that needs it. But I guess it's nice to have because I'm sure someday I'll be glad to have that to pack some more fragile things in. Once saw you in the wild, once gaslit someone to believing that someone fancied them, and your phone is on 59%. Your phone ain't on no 59%. It's on 58%. Okay, let me boop boop. Alright. Sneasel, no. Luxray, no. Golurk, no. Tapu Koko, no. I answered before you. Oh, okay, so it's invalidated. Great. Ah, interesting. Dark Pulse is nice. I'm indifferent. This is y'all's made up game. I'm just here doing the shiny hunting. Sure, go again. Rain. Mm, huh? I'm so confused. This is not English. once entered a talent show where you just said cheesy dad jokes for about 2 minutes. Ripped your trousers on a school trip. You're allergic to latex. I'm gonna say the talent show. And not because of the fact that I don't think you were in a talent show, but because you mentioned a talent show at one point and said you played the piano. Now, I know that doesn't mean anything, because you very well could have been in more than one, but that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say the talent show is the lie, but not because you didn't do the talent show, but because that's not what you did. Pants. They're pants. You did do a talent show where you played piano. Ah. I'm using my big brain to think critically. So the answer is 3. You also did a different one where you told jokes. Ah. I don't know. What do you call a bunch of rabbits walking backwards? receding hairline. Ah. I don't agree with your decision to switch there. How do you stop a skunk from smelling? I don't know. Cover its nose? Yeah. One mouse stands on two legs. Mickey Mouse. Alvin and the Chipmunks. No, you can actually look and see that I said it before the message appeared on screen. So, no, I did not copy. All ducks. They all stand on two legs. Well, all ducks born with two legs. If it was born with no legs or one leg, then it wouldn't, but you get the point. As long as it's a duck with two legs, then it stands on two legs. I have heard this before. I'm not copying you. I already know the answers. How do I know you're not copying me? I mean, I see what it's supposed to be, you know. You get them to say Mickey Mouse, and the next one they're already thinking Disney. They're like Donald Duck, but no. All ducks. No, I'm not doing a... Number one rule of doing apology videos, no instruments. Ah. Interesting. Alrighty. Merak, no. Vanillish, no. Rotom, no. Tapu Koko. No. Yes, I do get the joke. I've never watched any of those movies, but I do know of them. What an entertaining, laughable you told. Wow. Why does Waldo from Where's Waldo always wear striped jumpers? My guess is this has something to do with the fact that he doesn't wear spotted ones because he's not spotted. But I don't know how to like word that to be correct. Doesn't want to be spotted. Okay. I was right. This happens more than you think. I am afraid this does happen more than you think. This is only like, what, the third or fourth time this has happened? You don't think so? It rarely happens. um. Nidoqueen. I like Nidoqueen. Not actually. Shiny Nidoqueen, anyone? Green and pink. I hate Nidoqueen shiny. Normally, I'm okay with green shinies. I don't hate them. But I can't do Nidoqueen. It looks stupid. Pokemon fans when you like a Pokemon. Oh. Thick bone. Oh. Thick skull. No, I'm actually insanely dumb. I can't read above a 6th grade reading level. That's like my one flaw. That's my character flaw. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. felt good. I like fully extended my body and I felt a pop in like a part of my spine that felt really good. I can relax for a bit. Let's see. Yes, you can have this. You can have this. Be my guest and take that. Is it getting messed up? Is this on my end? It might be. There is a storm coming. Or is it... Oh, you said your Wi-Fi. Okay. Hiccup. You gonna rejoin and see if your Wi-Fi gets better? Okay. Okay, I don't really want this, but I'll take it. I love bubble wrap. Bubble wrap's so fun. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, that one was already popped. Pop, pop, pop. This is fun. What even came in this giant sheet of bubble wrap? I think my PSP did, actually. Really? Is it that loud? Fine, I'll mute and enjoy my bubble wrap. Okay, to be fair, this is some loud bubble wrap. I won't lie. kind of loud compared to me in the game. Good to know. I did not think it would be that loud because it's like nowhere near the mic. And also it's not even that loud. So I'm surprised. Oh, I am still popping it. I'm just popping it silently. I'm like stabbing at all the little bubbles and squeezing the air out of them. It's kind of fun. Keep asking a question, but it's not loading. That is weird. I was gonna say maybe it's some kind of like auto moderation, but I think even then it would still show up, at least on my end, so I can verify if I want to allow it. I think I popped all my bubble wrap. Yep, all gone. Amelia. That works. Okay, this is actually a really good team. Wheezing is an issue because it is almost dead. I mean, think about it. Huh. Wheezing has super effective moves. Nidoqueen has super effective moves. Marowak has a super effective move. And I don't actually know what Durant is here for. I guess it's just here for emotional support. Yep, that works. That's funny. I think I know why it might not have been going through. Certain word might have been preventing it, and you did technically typo it, so I wonder if that was enough to get to pass. Oh, I have metal sound. Sweet. Yes, it did indeed finally send. The answer currently, no, I do not. Unfortunately, I do not have that option yet. Yeah, I don't think it has the O at the beginning. At least I've never seen it with the O at the beginning. Unless that's how it's spelt elsewhere. I don't know. Okay. Um, I think I might have an answer for you. So, there's two modes for chats. You can see it at the top. Uh, Typically, by default, it's set to top chat, which is some messages, such as potential spam, may not be visible. That's kind of like an automatic, like, block, I guess. Just so regular viewers don't have to worry about a bunch of spam. But the thing is, it's bad at determining what should or shouldn't be considered spam. So if you change it to live chat, it should work. Not saying it will, but it should. Also, big damage. I win. It's 116. I almost had like a mental brain fart here because I have music going. I've been listening to the same song on loop for like the past hour, by the way. Just because I like it that much. It's genuinely, in my opinion, for me at least, it's good background music. So I've been leaving on loop. I was about to be like, enjoy the music as I got up to go take a break. But then I remembered I'm the only one who hears the music. Oh, I thought that Nidoqueen was shiny. Oh. Okay, I was about to say, I thought that Nidoqueen was shiny, and then the second one is. I just haven't had the opportunity to do all that yet. That's the real limit right now. Okay, Nidoqueen, no. Durant, no. Shiny Marowak. Shiny Marowak. And just for fun, Tapu Koko. No. No 2-in-1. No 2 games getting a shiny. But I will take that. A shiny's a shiny. Even if it's not Coco. So let me update this real quick. So that's 118. Properties. Browse. Go to this. 3, 2, 1. Open. And you're in the M section. Boom. Short King. It's a nice shiny. I'm definitely glad to have it. Okay, I am going to take a quick break. I will be back. In like 5 minutes, give or take. If I get to do something fun. Okay, this is gonna be missing some stuff. Because this is supposed to have music, I just haven't gotten around to putting music with it yet. So, until then, I guess entertain yourselves, because chat should be on screen. No, I'm back now. The audio stream's current bitrate is 0? Okay, because I didn't say anything. I appreciate the sticking around. I know that is not the most pleasant for a break because there's like no audio. It's literally just on-screen chat. I did not want to use that, but I needed to take a quick break just so I could keep going. In the future, there will be music for that because there's going to be music in general in the future once I get around to working all that out. Also that screen will change at some point. I just don't know when. Oh, I got a funny story from one of my classes. So, one of my classes, it assigned homework, and the first homework we had to do was, of course, this was easy for me because I already know a fair amount of playing piano. But the first one was just making sure we knew pitch names for all the keys on a piano. And for the assignment, what we had to do is we had to answer at least 50 questions correct. But note how I said at least 50. I saw an opportunity and I took it. I was like, okay, I'm at 50. Then I did 10 more. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. I turned that assignment in with 69 out of 69 answered. I am so proud of myself. I went above and beyond just to do a 69 joke. And I have no shame. I just wanted to, it's like a new game plus when you go back to the first area and just absolutely flex on the low level enemies that spawn there. That's what I was up to. I was like, just because I know how to do this already, I'm going to do something stupid. So that's what I did for that assignment. I believe actually there's another one I'm going to have to do tonight. Well, not tonight. I don't know. It's weird. So each homework I think is like already assigned, or at least will slowly start getting assigned. And like the way it works is I think they're all assigned at the start of whenever we start working on the overall unit, but they close off over time. So like the one I did yesterday or earlier today, I don't know, like they're gonna start closing off every other day that we have. So I guess just every day we have class, a past one closes off. So it's not like a mass, like the whole week gets shut down at once. Um. So, I don't have to do them all at once, but I could. Oh, yeah, I play all sorts of instruments. I play saxophone. That was my main instrument. That's like the one I actually learned to play the most. I play piano. I play a bit of bass here and there. I've been learning that slowly. Um, I also play a handful of other instruments, not as well. They're a bit weaker, but like other wind instruments, so like flute. I need to get back into learning that. I haven't really touched flute much. Clarinet, I learned a fair amount of, not enough to like fully play it, but I learned a fair amount of notes. Like I have about an octave and a half range on clarinet. Not much, but it's enough to do some things for the time being. Trombone, I still need to figure out. I haven't really learned brass that much, just because it's like a completely different scope of wind instrument. Because musicians are amazing. Play piano? Nice. It's not just the talent. You don't find someone attractive they're good at drawing or something. Oh, interesting. Something I really want to do is like covers of video game music because it's just so fun to play music I like. I really enjoy it. So I definitely want to try that at some point. Just playing video game music. So, I'll have to consider that as something I do in the future. Because music is like full on emotion and stuff. That's just how it works. It's the nature of music. It literally comes from the emotions. And it's meant to have that emotional appeal. That's probably why. It's just the nature of making music. How many have I done? That's a great question. Uh, if you want to count the X playthrough, there were two. Technically, there were two, because there was the first one that was like a soft reveal, because you could see through the reflection of the 3DS screen. But then later I was just like, well, at this point, it's not like hidden. Might as well just go all in. In the ZA video, there were two moments. There was when I introduced like a bit of it, and then there was the stupid joke I wanted to make just because I saw the opportunity. I will never make a joke like that again, by the way. I just had the opportunity, and it was still 2025. So I figured that was my chance. So I made the joke. I remember I like literally apologized in the voiceover like right after too, because I'm like, I am so sorry. I just wanted an excuse to do that. There will be more once I get Coco, because part of that one is going to be live filmed. Just because there's stuff I'm going to talk about, because that's how I structure like the main hunts. If you've seen the Rayquaza, however you want to say that, if you've seen that one, you know how I do it. There's usually like a story or some kind of other thing have that's connected to the hunt that I want to share. So I share that, and then I get into the reaction. That way the reaction's still there, and it's very obvious where it comes in at. So if you just want to see the reaction, go to the reaction. But if you want to stick around and see what makes it unique, that's there too. And this quartet, I've decided I'm just going to group together, because at this point there's only one left. Might as well just go all in. Also, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't think I read that out loud. Yeah, the Coco, not Coco, the Tapu video. Whenever I start working on that, literally I want to start working on it, but I can't, because I feel like it's going to be weird trying to talk about something that hasn't happened. So I'd rather wait until I get the Coco. So that's where I'm at with this right now. But like, I'm going to put full effort into pumping that out as soon as possible. I just need Coco. Hopefully it happens tonight. Unfortunately for me, I get the luxury of, first of all, not having to include phases in anything now. Because it doesn't make sense to show phases with a different target without establishing that the previous target that was shown has been obtained, you know. So basically no phases after the 4 that already got their own little thing. No more phases will be shown from these, I guess, this overall hunt. So yeah, I am looking forward to, like, honestly, if I get Coco tonight, I am going to just immediately start prepping for that. I have things planned, I just need to do them. Phases isn't that tall. Oh, from the Mega Dimensions playthrough. No, not the Absol. No. That'd be funny if I just did the Absol. Completely unrelated Absol footage. And then I phased. What? No, no, Absol, get out of here. No, not you. Wrong phase, wrong phase. Yeah, my only issue is like after this I don't have like an actual like planned hunt other than the badge quest. Well, I mean, technically there's well, it's not really two badge quests. So the shield badge quest, that's going to be its own, like the violet one. That's how that's going to work. And then Shining Pearl, which I'm at least going to do starter resets for a bit. Don't know if I'll be able to get a starter before I move on to the shield badge quest. But for Shining Pearl, that's going to be like whenever I feel like hunting in it. And that's not going to be like any strict rules. It's just going to be shiny hunting. And if I get something cool that gets a dedicated reaction and everything, but like, you know, I'm not going out of my way. The fan art is coming along great. So far you have nothing done. Might finish before 2028. Me with the next pointless grinds video. I might have another pointless grinds video out before 2027. The next one's just gonna be so long. Because it's a Professor Oak's challenge, and every day I don't start it, it's one day less I have to finish it. But I just have so much on my plate that I really don't have time to like fully commit to that. Selgor, no. Bolton, no. Driftblim, no. Tapu Koko, no. Can you be strangely honest? As long as it's not, like, uncomfortable for you. We do love procrastinating. Me with the Pokemon X playthrough. So, fun fact. I'm pulling this up just so I can look at the dates for this. Just context as to what I'm referencing with this here. Playthrough X as, like, you know, ZA is about to come out in, like, a month or two at the time of playing it. So I was like, I'll revisit. I never really paid attention to the story of Kalos. So I think it would be nice to refresh my memory before going into the sequel. Or at least I think that's, like, we knew it was a sequel at the time. I don't know. I don't remember if we already knew it was a sequel or if I found that out during the playthrough. I don't know. Yeah, I was like, I'll replay it. And I am not kidding. The playthrough was up. I'm not. Hold on, I need to look this up so I can be 100% accurate. Yeah, it was uploaded literally 3 days before ZA came out. And not only that, not only was it uploaded 3 days before ZA came out, it was uploaded the day after I finished. No, 2 days. We'll say 2 days. 2 days after I finished. That's how rushed this was. And I had to cut out stuff. I was going to do the post game, didn't get to do that. I didn't have time. I was going to use Shining Lock removal to hunt a shiny Xerneas. Didn't get to do that. Didn't have time. Like, if I had done those things, I physically would not have had this ready before ZA came out. So I did have to, unfortunately, make the decisions to cut those. But I did make a backup save right before the Xerneas battle. It's not shown, but I went and made a backup save. So there is a backup save on my 3DS for whenever I decide to do that, because I do have plans with that hunt. Like, it's not just gonna be a simple, oh, I didn't do this hunt, I'm making up for it. Okay. You are too funny. Like, I know that stuff is coming and it just happens anyways. Yeah, I do eventually plan to get around to doing that Xerneas hunt. But it's not just going to be a Xerneas hunt. Like, I'm going to actually do something with the Xerneas afterwards. Just so it's not, oh, I went back and hunted this because I owed it. Yeah, I have two big projects that are going to be going into the works pretty soon. No idea when they'll be done, but they'll be fun to work on. I'm looking forward to them. And I'm definitely going to have to get like some kind of external storage before I start working on, because that's going to be 2 long videos, mind you, that I'm going to have lots of footage for. So, like, my computer is also running out of space, so I physically would need some kind of external storage if I wanted to keep this up. Or, alternatively, I could only work on one at a time, which might be the solution. I don't know. I'll just have to figure it out. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Okay, I don't know if I'm allowed to sing that. I don't know how strict copyright claims are. I don't know if simply singing the words to a song is enough to get you, but I would like to not find out. This path is kind of garbage. I don't know how I feel about the first Pointless Grinds video. I'm open to feedback on it, because it's not what the rest of the series is going to be. That was a very soft introduction, because that is less of a new thing and more of a very obvious ripoff of a level 100 gauntlet. I just branded it in my own words because it is kind of pointless. There are definitely better ways to get your Pokemon to level 100. I just chose the stupid way. And of course, I'm pretty sure my thing did come out before I have any kind of confirmation if Absolbog's Pokemon is working on something like that. So, I get to say I did it before him at least. Even if he does it different, which he probably would. Probably would not do it the same way I did. I also like how I did a parody of the Final Fantasy VII box. That was my favorite part. That's something I want to do with the rest of the series. I want it to be like parodies of things if I can find something that makes sense. Just because I think it's a cool, like, haha, if you get the reference, you get it. Post in heaven because only angels deserve to watch it. Think you have an attractive personality. You are my type. I've been honest. Time to never chat in your streams again. Well, you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave. I'm not going to force you to disappear. I don't care if an NPC takes this. I would rather Noah took it. Noah actually needed it. Okay, I'll go Vikavolt because it at least has a poison move. Well, first of all, I'm not on Twitter, and second of all, get it right, loser. Twitter doesn't exist anymore. It's X now. Yeah, I mean, you're a very active chatter. You definitely bring life into the environment. So, I mean, I would definitely not say leave immediately. There's a Nintendo Direct on the 25th featuring exclusive look at the Super Mario Galaxy movie. No game information. Boo! I'm not watching it. No game information. Just information on the Galaxy movie. Not hating on the movie. I'm just hating on the fact that no game information. Boo. Give us game information. No, you don't have to leave. It is fine. You do not have to leave. Unless you, like, physically have to go, then that is one thing. Like, don't think you have to disappear. Guess when your birthday is? The day you were born. Did I get it right? Red, green, and blue. So February 27th, because that would be Pokemon Day. And you go for a bit. Okay, that's understandable. No, what do you mean no? You're a false computer. I don't even know what that means, but you are one. You're a false computer. Tapu Koko is a false computer. What is it doing? Give me my shiny. Hey, at least I'm going to hit 20 tonight. well, 20 done tonight, because I started at 106. As long as I hit 126, that will meet the requirements to have done 20. No for the day you were born. Oh. But I'm right! Your birthday is the day you were born! Ow. Slow our chat. Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, no. No, I'm not. No. Oh, the battle started. I was gonna see if I could... Hey, can this be a new meme? Can this be a new funny number? 76? Because, you know, y'all want to laugh at 6'7" so much. How about the number 30? Can we make the number 30 significant? Whenever you say something, just assume you meant it like 3 minutes ago. Okay, yeah. That's fair. Because there is a very subtle delay, just in general, between me saying something and it reaching you. And, of course, if you're falling behind even more, then there's more delay with that. But then, of course, it then takes time for a message to get read by the program that's reading it and then typing it out to display on screen. So there's enough delays going around. Six seven was never fun. Yeah, 6'7" was never funny. Obviously, people just thought it was. I will never make a number popular. No, a number will make me popular. You're telling me that someday a number is just gonna be how I hit it big? I just do something, and then a number comes up and is like, "Yo, this is it, twin." 1 million. I wish. Do you know how hard that's gonna be? Like, if I went viral or something, yes, but I don't want to go viral. I would rather slowly build my way up and get consistent than have one spike of a lot and then never be seen again. It won't be hard. Whoa! 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 Screenshot that. Screenshot that. AI, AI is fake. AI is a false computer. That's just a true statement. AI is a false computer. Quick attack. I too use quick attack. You did facade. You're back, no problem. It's all good. My mom is a false computer. No! I'm mad that I didn't knock out the Coco. So I'm hoping this turn, if it does attack, it doesn't attack anything that will get one shot. Or, alternatively, we just outspeed and knock it out anyways. Brave Bird, what's that going into? Oh, okay. That was a crit, too? Oh, it just knocks itself out. Even better. That was so delayed. It took it like a solid few seconds to actually decide to start throwing the ball. How do you get XP? It's broken. Ignore it. It's faulty implementation. They did not do a good job of implementing it, because it's obviously supposed to be like getting channel points for Twitch, but they did not implement it correctly at all. Half the time, no one gets it. It's supposed to give it to everyone as you chat, but it just doesn't. And of course, there's other ways to get it, like if you donate or buy memberships, but I don't have that. I don't have either of those unlocked. So that's not an option. So literally the only way is send messages, but that's inconsistent. Maybe number 4. Well, I don't think it will show number 4 anyways. I think it only displays the badges for the top 3. But I will tell you right now, if you can somehow get it to start giving you XP, you can get 3rd in no time. Because 3rd place was achieved by sending 1 message. I'm not even kidding. Badge! Badge! I meant badge! Hi. Ni hao. I don't know how I got a knee. I was just born with it, I guess. Oh, how dare you! Oh, that's not very nice. You've gone and put another language. I can't read that. No. It's probably something no, I was gonna say different. No, probably something stupid like deer corn. I want to guess your mom. Thank you for being nice. Of course. Why would I? Why would anyone not be nice? What am I doing? I'm laughing over a text because I'm texting a friend of mine, and there was just this cleared up confusion of they thought I said I was swimming like in a bathtub. So they're like, "What are you doing?" Still streaming. And then that's when they clicked it together. So you said you felt vulnerable. Oh. Sound like you're doing PG-13 things to jars of mayonnaise. PG-13 things. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to do that. Do I want Jolteon? No. Hey, I am. I already have. I'm working on it. Well, I'm in the process of finishing it up, but there is one. It's made. It's just not open. Because I had one rule, one term, one condition for if that was going to happen. It is not opening until a certain number on the screen, which is conveniently located right next to the Tapu Koko. You can't see my mouse, I don't think. I'm circling the Tapu Koko, circling the Tapu Koko encounters. If you look to the right of that, there's a convenient little number. So, does that tell you anything? That's my only thing. That number, both those two numbers need to match. The one on the right isn't changing, so the one on the left has to go up. I'm not lowering it because you gotta keep in mind, even with that many, not everyone is that active and actively wants that. My only thing is I do not want to start something that is then never going to be used. So that's why I want to wait. I want there to at least be people who want it more. And if there just ends up being more interest before then, sure. Yeah, that's just my thing. I've had this happen before where I had them open way before there were actually people that would join it, and no one used it because no one was active enough. So I'm trying to wait. And plus it's not even finished. I'm still working on it. Effort was kind of put on hold when I put things on hold, but like it's mostly set up. I just need to make sure all the rules are set up, any bots are set up, you know, all the permissions and stuff are handled. But trust me, at some point it will open, I'm sure. Yeah, just really honest or you lie all the time. I always feel depressed after telling people about your feelings. I get that. We were talking about a Discord server. I am making one, but I'm not opening it yet. Because there's not enough interest. Like, it's also not ready. That's another thing that I just need to put out there. It's not ready. Like, it is not currently in a state where it is usable. That's my other big thing with it. Like, can you use it? Yeah. But it's not, like, fully set up and everything. Like, not every permission and role is set up. So, that obviously very quickly leads to people being able to do things they should not be able to do. So, I would need to spend more time working on it. But I'm not putting the time into it right now because I have no need. No. Because I'm a dictator. I get what I say goes. Now there's gonna be a whole revolution. How my chat overthrew me as dictator of my own stream. Yeah, it's just not ready. That's the thing. Like, if I put more work into it, and I can see there actually being interest, then I might do it sooner. So, you know what? I'll make this deal with you. If we can get halfway, we'll start there. If we can get halfway, 250, which is less than 90 away, mind you. If we can get there, wait, hold on, I need to make sure my math is right. That's less than 90 away, right? Yes, it has to be because I'm over 150. Yeah. So, if we can get to 250, I will ask about it. If there is enough positive to the idea of me doing it, I will start it sooner. But that's the thing. I'm gonna ask, and I need to see what the results are. If it's something people actively want, and there's enough people that want it, sure. But if not, we're gonna wait the rest of the way. That is my agreement. You can hold me accountable to this. You can say, remember when you were standing in the odds for Coco at 122 Dynamax Adventures? You said that. You can hold me accountable if I go back on this. At 250, I will ask about it and see what the idea is. If there's enough that want it, we'll do it. But otherwise, I'm waiting. I'm so mad. I think dyeing my hair is messed it up. Wow, crazy. Using box dye to dye your hair is bad for it. Yeah, like, in the Pokemon X video, like, when I actually did the face reveal, oh my gosh, those curls. But now it's so not. Like, the top of my head is completely flat and straightened out now. And the curls are, like, way less defined towards the bottom. I mean, there's definitely ways, like, either fully straighten this or don't do anything to it. Well, yeah, that's obvious. But, like, it's the cheapest thing to do right now. Did you send an emoji? I didn't see one. Okay, to be fair, my on-screen chat doesn't show emojis half the time. Unless it's, like, your basic smiles and stuff. Or maybe it's just, like, YouTube-specific ones it doesn't show. I don't know. Yeah, my hair should be doing better, because, I mean, keep in mind that I haven't dyed it now in almost 2 months. Let's see, because I dyed it, like... See, I dyed it, like, the week of Halloween. I dyed it purple then. And then, think I went about a month without doing anything. Then I put in, like, the booster that went with it or whatever, to, like, get a bit more color out of it. And then about 2 weeks after that, I dyed it black. So, you know, that puts us at early December. And I think I dyed it on, like, the 5th or the 6th. So, it's already been in there for over a month. It's almost 2 months, actually. You said you need more friends, and you actually put an eggplant at the end? Oh. Also, no, it doesn't show that emoji. You get the generic placeholder. Oh, wide guard. That was useful. I'm gonna be honest, I was not paying attention to this entire fight. It's just been happening. I can't say it's safe yet. Oh, it taunted. It's safe. I think I can count this. Yeah. I mean, this has just been a very chill one, but, like, also chaotic in a good way. This is the best thing I've had since the 7-hour. I don't know if there's any OGs that remember the 7-hour. Oh, I read that as I'm attracted to me. And I'm like, good for you. No, that says men. Why can't I ever read? Okay, Jolteon? No. Lycanroc? No. Stunfisk? I would not care, and I can't even tell. Tapu Koko? No. Good for you. Okay, I will say I'm very happy. Because I didn't get any shinies the entirety of yesterday's session. So it's nice just to know already that I got 2 in, like, what? Less than 20 Dynamax adventures? Actually, less than 10. Because I'm counting in 2, so it was only 10 done. But, like, 20 Dynamax adventures, you multiply that by 4-ish, give or take. I mean, yeah, that's like, I've seen about 80 Pokemon, and I got 2 shinies. Think about it, you think of Pennywise. That's true. Definitely not attracted to me. I'm the wow. That's true. That's true. You do have to love yourself first. That is important. Okay, I'm laughing because a group chat. We were talking about something, and I and like we were talking about something joking, and then I just, without holding back, just, I'm not gonna read it out loud because I don't. The language I use over text is not the language I use on here. I don't care if it's used in the chat, but I don't personally speak it because it is PG-13 and up language. I don't care if that's on screen. I don't care if that's in chat. I'm personally not going to speak it because I'd like this to be, as far as audible, I'm not going to say anything. That's just my personal thing. Like, I'm not going to say anything PG-13 or above, personally. Just because, keeping things professional. No. Because it's Pokemon. Like, at the end of the day, Pokemon, obviously, who is it mostly attracting to? Like, even if it's not my intention at all, kids like Pokemon. They want to watch Pokemon. So I'm not going to be the reason some kid hears me drop the F-bomb or something, and then I have to get cussed out by some parent, like, you should do that. You shouldn't do that. Maybe you should regulate the media your child watches. Yeah, maybe you should regulate what media your child watches and understand that they're entering an environment that is for 13-year-olds and older. That would be my immediate response, and I would not care. Okay, now in the case of that word specifically, I will say, since that's leaning on like the more like less accepted side, something like that probably would get at least blurred out if that were to be on screen during a video. I will say that. But like, I don't care if they're on screen or in the chat. I don't care. I'm just not gonna say stuff like that. You're very mature. Indeed. Shiny hunt. Oh, I'm fighting with the Haunter right now. The Haunter's trying to use Hypnosis, and I'm trying to use Will-O-Wisp. Hopefully the Haunter can outspeed, or my Will-O-Wisp misses. Because it's genuinely better for the both of us if it gets Hypnosis. You're just sure. Oh, I got the Will-O-Wisp. Well, yeah, Hypnosis fails. My bad. I'd like to try straightening my hair at some point, because I kind of like when it is. Ow! My hair is very oily. I need to wash it again. But I don't know when I'll get that chance. It might actually be a good idea to just wash it as soon as possible. Because again, I don't know what my situation is going to be going forward. We're going to lose power. Water is going to freeze over. I don't know. Like, we are overly prepared. Oh my gosh. Like, we have water bottles filled to the brim with water. And like whole milk jugs that are filled up with a gallon of water. Like, we have water set aside just so we have stuff to drink in case the pipes freeze over or whatever. Also, I'm thinking about, I know I kind of mentioned this earlier, but I want to, like, let's talk about this. We can have conversations about, oh wait, we'll talk about this first. My thing's less important. I can talk about my thing whenever. Okay, have y'all ever dated? Yes. Yes, indeed. There were a few times. How do you do it? Riz. You know, at the start of your playthrough, you get randomly assigned stats, but there's stat boosting items you can get. You want to make sure you max out your Riz stat. Okay, that's not actually how you do it. But that's literally how it happened every time. So we'll start with the first one. This hardly counts. This was in like 6th grade, which, in my opinion, anything before high school does not count. So this first one, it was in my like history and geography class in like 6th grade. We were already like grouped up into groups of 4. And there was this one girl that sat across from me, and we talked the most because like the other two don't even remember who all was at my desk as well. The other two were more talking to each other. They didn't really care to talk to me or the other person. So we already kind of like got used to talking to each other just from being in that class. And we also rode the same bus and got off at like the same stop. And anyways, one day we got off and like before we start, because like we walked separate paths, so before we like actually split and went our separate ways for the day, she was like, hey, by the way, I have like a really huge crush on you, and just left. Yeah, a week later that was over. But the second one, let's skip ahead. We are now in junior year of high school. There was this girl, and my friend who was friends with her, he messaged me one day. He's like, hey, do you know this person? I'm not going to say names. But he was like, hey, do you know so-and-so? I'm like, you mean this person, question mark? And he's like, no, different one. I'm like, oh, then no. And he's like, okay. You keep getting censored. Are you saying things that might be considered offensive? I don't think I have anything blacklisted, but I don't know necessarily. No, your mom is not offensive. Actually, I don't know your mom, so I can't tell you if your mom is offensive or not. So yeah, the second girl, I didn't know much about her, but then eventually we met through being in a club, and so my friend was like, okay, I'll ask you this again now that you've actually technically met the person. You know this person in this club? And I'm like, yeah. Is that who you were asking me about earlier? He's like, yes. He was like, yeah, so she thinks you're cute. You should talk to her. So that's what I did. We got talking, and already first night conversation went great. And I think that was definitely helped by the fact that there was already interest in me. So we start talking, and then eventually we're like, yo, so this is how we feel. And then we entered this secret relationship because something her parents, like, she didn't know if her parents would trust her with being in a relationship and all that, because past relationships that went bad and everything. Not for her, well, kind of for her, but also just in the family in general. So we kind of had to do this thing where, like, technically, yes, we were together, but as far as her parents were concerned, no, we weren't. Yeah, that lasted for a bit, but eventually it just kind of stopped working out. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I was kind of upset for a while there, but, I eventually came around to it, and I was fine with everything. And then later that year, this is like into like the actual like same school year, but like physically into the next year. And so this one, it was right before our spring break that we had. Some girl comes up to me and says, "I like your shirt." Didn't say it that like that. She used words I'm not gonna say, cause not PG wording. But you know, she complimented my shirt, and then went on our bus. And then later, she ended up giving me a note, like, "Hey, contact me. If you're single, you know, hit me up. And if you're not, still, I think we'd be really good friends." So yeah, that ended up kind of happening for a bit, but things ended up falling apart. So yeah. Okay, Hitmonchan, no. Magneton, no. Boldor, no. Tapu Koko, no. Yeah, and then I haven't really cared since. It's just not my priority. You're at, all right. Take care. Keep a record, of course. Let's keep a record. Ah! Honestly, I've already fulfilled my quota. Because I just wanted to get 20 in, because that's my goal every time. Do 20. And I have about hour and a half left. No, I don't. It's Friday. How could I be so naive? I have 2.5 hours left. Lake feels way better. You might heal tomorrow. That's good. Hopefully, all goes well and you can recover. That's true, I haven't. At least I don't think I have. Let's see if I can keep it that way. Again, there's gonna be like some weird economy. What time am I going to sleep? Like, okay, it's 9:34 p.m. for me right now. 11 a.m. Maybe 10 a.m. I don't know. It's a weekend. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. I kind of have the luxury of getting to choose when I want to sleep. I can pick any time I want. Well, as far as this goes, I'm not going until that long. That is ridiculous. I'm going till 12 my time, which is in about 2.5 hours. Because it's Friday. But yeah, I got like 2.5 hours, which is still enough time to totally have something happen. I could definitely get a third shiny. May even get Coco. I will say, I'm getting to the point tonight where if I get Coco, I'm probably just gonna end. Because, like, my thing is, if I get Coco stupid early, like the first 5 encounters, well, that's not fun. So I'll go into a pivot. But, like, if I get it later, I'm okay with just cutting it short. Because, like, I don't want to force myself to do something as a backup just to run the full time. Can't sleep, you feel sick. That sucks. I'm sorry. What am I doing after Coco? So, that's interesting to answer. So, there's a few things. So, if you want to know, like, literally right after Coco, what I'm doing, I'm still doing Dynamax adventures because I have Solgaleo, Necrozma, and Zygarde to do. But that's going to be on my own time. Those are going to be recorded. So, as far as an actual hunt, what I'm doing after Coco is I'm doing starter resets for BDSP starters, or I guess just Shining Pearl. Now, the reason why I'm not doing Dynamax adventures anymore after this, or at least for now, is because I'm getting burnt out on doing them. So I feel like after Coco, I just want to be done with, like, doing them in this style. So I'm going to shift them over to being on my own time. So as far as actual hunt that I do next, it's going to be Shining Pearl starter reset. But, and this is going to be fun, it was requested that I do a playthrough of Pokemon Crystal, which works out because I actually wanted to play Pokemon Crystal at some point, because I haven't played a Johto game. So, at some point, I will be introducing Crystal playthrough as well. That'll be alternated like every other day or whatever. I don't know. I'll decide when I want to play 2. It'll at least be split 2 and 2 because I do 4 days. You're gonna miss my... Why? Why are you gonna miss them? They're not going anywhere. At least not anytime soon. I'm sure they do. Well, yeah, just the Dynamax adventures. I'll still be doing other hunts. It's not like this is my one goal in life, and after this I'm disappearing. No, I have hunts planned after this. It's just the next big project is the Shield badge quest, but I don't want to do that until I get the other shinies through Dynamax adventures. So while I have those on my own time, I'm going to be doing Shining Pearl starter resets as like the main attraction, just to hold over. And then of course I'll also be playing through Crystal, which is another thing to help hold it over, which I think should work out to where about the time one or the other finishes, I'll be able to start the badge quest. Don't use make it happen. Well, you're welcome. That's what I'm here to do. same time. I'm working on. I've actually adjusted slightly to be 30 minutes off of what I was doing. It's still the same lengths, just shifted back 30 minutes for my own time management. But yes, it will be about, like, nothing's going to change about the timing. It's just what I'm doing is changing. It just so happened that I decided that my next big grind was going to be doing Dynamax Adventures a bunch. Yeah, the Dynamax Adventures aren't like a one and done or anything. Like, I'm just doing these because this is what I decided to do. I do all sorts of shiny hunts. And if anything, it's just going to get more interesting from here, because I'll start branching out and doing more things again. Because, like, in the past, let's see, what have I done? I've done random encounter hunts. I did a bit of ZA hunting. Did a little bit of Scarlet and Violet hunting for a bit, especially with the badge quest. Yeah, I actually have some very fun hunts planned for the future. I just want to get Dynamax Adventures taken care of, because this is kind of the roadblock. Yeah, no, the Dynamax Adventures I'm doing on my own time, that is completely separate. Like, I'm going to be doing that during times that I'm already not doing anything. And the main time I'm going to be doing those is just, like, mainly because I'll have schoolwork to work on, and they're low effort enough to where I can typically not worry about them too much while doing work. As long as the work isn't also timed, because you can't do two timed things at the same time, it doesn't work out that well. And of course, I have a friend who does Dynamax Adventures, so I'll probably do some with him as well. And if I can, I'll honestly see if I can get both games online by the time I do that. I don't know. I don't want to pay for online, though, on a second system that I don't really use. If I was just sleepy, you don't want to. If you think you need to sleep, you should do it. It's 3:45, so probably. Hey, if you think you need to, then do it. Don't feel pressured. If you don't want to. Well, I mean, I can't force you to make either decision, so it's all up to you. Okay, one thing I am thinking about is the idea of adding background music. Yay, background music. We love background music. Uh, this is rigged because I'm the one picking it. It's my environment. Uh, I'll try to pick bangers from as many games as I can. That's always my goal of picking background music. Even in the playthrough movies, I try to find music that I think is like actually good. Especially if it's from like lesser known series. Like, oh, that's so fun bringing great music to people's awareness. You know, Storm Drain, that doesn't really do me much good. Yeah, I don't really know how I'm gonna do. Okay, it didn't get knocked out in one shot. I thought it did. That's my bad. Okay. Oh, that's not good. I forgot about the part where a move that boosts random stats actually is bad on contrary. I mean, I'm thinking about adding background music just so when I shut up occasionally, it's not complete silence. I'd have to work it all out, and honestly, at some point, if I can manage it, I'd like to do my own like arrangements and covers of all the songs that I'd put in it, just so that way there's also not too much pressure of I'm just straight up using actual music. What if instead we imagine you don't? Except we don't have to imagine that because you haven't. I hope. I think that would be a better thing to imagine. Why do I always get so flooded with notifications? No, what? Why would I? I might be cooked. Well, why would I? That would be messed up. Well, those people are wrong. Mm, no, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You could be a serial killer. Well, if you're a serial killer, not much I can do. Dang, I'm gonna get some good encounters in tonight. I still got like 2 hours of hunting. Executor, no. Luxray, no. Lurantis, no. Tapu Koko, no. This is gonna go to 200. I just have the feeling. This is slowly starting to get me kind of sad because, you know, I have this tiny little goal that I'm working towards. So I gotta remath everything. It's 20 plus 40. Boom. 302. So right now, for all 4 Tapus, my total encounters is 302. Which means, realistically, based on odds, I'm like 98 Tapu Koko away. Which 120, well no, it's gonna be 130. 130 plus 98. So 228. What? Oh, yeah, duh. I was like, that's like 100 away. But yeah, that makes sense, because I did a trade-off. Anyways, if I were to get this on the expected 400 total for all 4, I'm 98 Tapu Koko away, also assuming that this one wins. Forgive your sins. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Ah. Ow, my neck. Oh, there was a weird muscle that just like got really stiff in my neck. That was weird. Yeah. Okay, basically, I'm going to re-explain it in case there's anyone who might be here that is curious about what I'm so fascinated by with the numbers. So, I'm doing a race that I think only I know about because I'm kind of keeping it secret. So, there is a streamer known as Anxious Christian who does Dynamax adventures every Sunday, and I think sometimes throughout the week, but guaranteed every Sunday. Currently he is going for Dialga, and I believe last time he did it he ended at around 190. So my little goal with this is to get all 4 shiny Tapus in less encounters than it takes him to get 1 Dialga. Now, fortunately for me, if we add the previous hunts, which was Feeny at 112, Lele at 20, and Bulu at 40, that's 172. So, at the very least, I got 3 out of 4 of them before he got the 1. That's still really good. Now, unfortunately, Koko, we're going to assume the next one is a victory since it has to be to even see if the next one is shiny. But we'll assume 130. That puts me at 302 total. Basically what that means is he would have to go to at least 303 Dialga. Assuming my next Koko is shiny, by the way. So assuming my next Coco is shiny, he would then have to go to 303 or more for me to win. Now, if you ask me, I think I've already won in a way. Because, again, I got 3 out of the 4 in less time. So, like, that's still pretty good. Now, of course, I will not know for a while unless he gets it, like, next stream. Because, keep in mind, he's only doing, like, once a week. Whereas I'm doing 4 times. And I'm also just putting in more hours per stream. Getting more encounters per stream. Like, I just have more things set up in my favor to get these hunts done in less amount of time. Now, that doesn't give me, like, an unfair advantage. I'm not counting, like, actual time between starting and ending the hunt. So, like, even though he's definitely been hunting it for way longer than I've been doing as far as, like, actual real-life time passed, I'm counting as in encounters. Because that's something that, like, actually holds up. So, I'm just in a position where I get more encounters more regularly throughout the week than he does. So unfortunately what that means is even if I get Coco tonight, it could take us months to figure out if he's gonna get it before the total I got. Because, like, he's only about halfway. No, he's a little over halfway. So assuming he goes at the same pace he's been going, it's still, like, you know, double... Or I guess just add back on however long he's already spent on the hunt. So, you know, it definitely won't be a quick thing. And now, I want to specify as well, this is not me wishing him bad luck or wishing ill on his hunt. I do want him to get the shiny still. I just think it would be a fun little thing to be able to be like, ha, I got all 4 of the Tapu shiny in the time it took you to get the 1. Now, I don't think he's done the Tapus yet, so I'm sure at some point he'll get around doing them, and I would not be surprised if that's where his luck turns around, and then he gets the 4 Tapus in less time it took me to get the 4 Tapus. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Just to see how that works out. But of course, I don't know if that's going to happen now, because every Tapu Koko at this point just pushes us further from being realistic to expect that his hunt's going to go that long. Not saying it's impossible, though. My Rayquaza went longer than the total for these 4 are right now. So, it is very much possible for a charmed hunt to go. You know what you said, Sorshin, but the moment you say hi. Okay, I read that weird. I put the D from I'd and say, and I said said. That's my bad. I read words slightly weird. More. I would like to get Coco tonight. Now, unfortunately, I cannot just full-on commit to gain Coco tonight. There are things in my way. Like, first of all, at some point, I am going to have to actually turn off my PS5. It is in rest mode right now, because I use it often enough to justify that. But I do actually have to turn it off, because if we lose power tomorrow at any point, it's going to get real mad. But, you know, I need to actually turn it off, because if we lose power, it's going to get mad. And I don't think it's going to mess up, because all my games are closed anyways. But I have had moments where it corrupted some downloaded data. Like Persona 3 Reload, I remember that happened once. I don't know if I accidentally unplugged it or we lost power overnight. But when I turned it on the next morning to play, it had turned off and got mad. And once I got to a certain point, it actually just crashed on me. So I had to like delete and re-download the data for the game that wasn't on the disc. You'd like me to get it now? I'm indifferent. Because, like, again, I'm also about to go into full odds hunting. Which means, like, this would be nothing. You know, I'm patient. If the hunt goes long, the hunt goes long. I don't care. I feel like that's kind of part of the fun of it. Because, you know, it's about the journey, not the destination. The shiny is just the trophy to remember what happened. It's what you do to break the monotony of the grind. I think I used that word, right? I'm not looking that up. If you feel like fact-checking that, do that. But I'm not. Yeah, you know, it just breaks up a bit of the grind. Makes it less about what's happening on screen and more about what's happening in the moment. I mean, that's way under odds, so yeah. I would say that's pretty lucky. But yeah, the way I see shiny hunting streams is they're really no different than a just chatting stream. Like, the whole point of going live is for me to talk to chat, chat to talk to me, give people a place to go if they want to have something to distract themselves. And there's just a chance that I get to get excited. You only have one console as well. That's nice. How long did that take you? Because obviously I would hit 35 in like half the time just because I have two systems. Of course, I can't hit 35 exactly. But you get the point. Obviously, my encounters are twice as fast because I'm on two systems. And if at some point I set up 4 systems, I would get them 4 times as fast. Ow. 3 or 4 days? That's pretty decent, I would say. For being on one Switch and everything, and also probably not doing it as much as I have. Like, that seems pretty decent considering all the factors that go against you. Your second DA shiny. Nice. 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 130. Will this one be shiny? It's been 12 since the last one. So I mean, it's definitely not impossible. Dusclops, no. Luxray, no. Goluk, no. And Tapu Koko, no. I almost prematurely said no. It would have been funny if I said no and then I got the Coco. Hey, don't worry about it. It's fine. Here we go. Alrighty. None of these are really that great. I mean, hey, that's just a compliment to me. Try my best. I don't think you are. I mean, I think to get to that level, you would have to be, like, doing a whole lot more. Because I think also part of that would be, like, you know, like, you were going out of your way to try to force my attention. If that makes sense? Like, you know, going out of your way as well to, like, spam donations of any amount just to try to get thanks for those. Or, you know, like, I think for it to actually qualify as, like, all that, you'd have to literally be fishing for the compliments and approval and going out of your way to go above and beyond, you know. I think you get what I mean. Okay, well, also, there is a difference between wanting to do that and literally throwing your entire life savings at me. Because, you know, if you're, like, throwing your entire life savings at me, then that's where it might be an issue. Because that's where you're at the point of being, like, you're so desperate for stuff that, like, you don't care what situation you put yourself in. So as long as you avoid doing stuff like that, you should be fine. Yeah, you weren't going to do that, so then you should be fine. I mean, if you ever doubt it, just think. Like, if there's anything you are on the fence about where you're like, does this maybe go too far? Just think about it. If it seems like it's just going to. If it seems like it's going to be, or just straight up is something that's an act of desperation or whatever, like just fishing for the attention, then that's probably going too far. But I think as long as you avoid that, you should be good. And as far as like giving I mean, hey, if you want to and you can, it's appreciated. There are ways to do that. It's linked down below. But it is not required at all. In fact, I intentionally try not to ask about it or ask for that stuff. I don't do it. This is the only time I'm mentioning it, by the way. Only times I will mention it, ever actually, are if it's ever brought up. And if someone's like, hey, I want to do this, how can I do it? But I'm not going to go out of my way to ask for it because it's an optional thing I have set up for if people want to do it. Because I don't need it. This is not actually my job. I don't need to get paid to do this. I'm doing this for fun. And I don't want it to feel like I'm a waiter, whatever, at a restaurant. You have to tip me for the service. Like, no. No. It's there as an optional thing. So that if people are like, hey, I like what you do, I want to support you and everything, is there any way I can do that? There's the option. That's all it's there for. And with that, I will not talk about that portion of the description again. That is my little talk about that over. I don't have notifications for that set up either. I know I can set that up. But the issue is, like, the way accounts work and everything, I would have to put, like, a disclaimer, like, hey, just be aware that it will show notifications. And the way it works is it will show your account name. I think I can set it to at least only show first name tied to the account, but, you know, I don't want to force people to, like, reveal information about themselves either just because of a notification. That's why I have it off. I get that. I get that. And I can see that. I hit the mic. I am so sorry. That probably was loud. I apologize. I'm bad about hitting the mic. Fun fact, my depth perception is not that great half the time. So I apologize if I ever hit the mic and it's just like sudden loud shock or whatever. That is entirely my fault. I just don't have depth perception. What is moving around? Oh. No, I'm embarrassed. Yeah, you shouldn't be embarrassed. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Oh, you didn't hear anything? Good. I would like to actually start working on putting together some background music tonight. At least a playlist of stuff I'd want to have. It would be video game music. Mostly from games I like. I think I already talked about this. At some point I would like to do like my own arrangements and covers, just so that way I think if I do that and do all the steps right, it's more in a at least legal gray area, if not more safe. Because then there's at least enough originality to where I can say, hey, I still put effort into this. I didn't rip the soundtrack from your game and just upload the soundtrack. So there's at least, like, you know, typically there's more leeway with stuff like that. That's why I want to do that. Do I know why you apologize all the time? No, I don't. That's actually a really nice swap. If Noah wants to take the Stunfisk, I think we have, like, a really good team. Oh wow, all my moves are super effective. That's funny. Oh, that's unfair. But what do I care? I gotta charge my stuff tonight, because, again, power outage might happen over the next few days. We're not sure, really. I want to charge my laptop, so at the very least I can still watch YouTube, assuming internet doesn't go out. I think internet should be safe more than power, but I think they might go together, because I think you still need power to run the internet. I don't know how those go. Yeah, at the very least I'll have my laptop. I can still work on stuff, even if we don't have power, because it'll have a charge at least. I want to charge my PSP, because I've been playing Persona. If I'm not going to be able to play Final Fantasy, since no power, at least I'll have my PSP. And then 3DS would be a great time to chip away at some stuff for Black and White. If you think that's possible that you've done something wrong, you always say sorry, because better than not saying yeah. That's just a good thing to live by. But of course, that is also risky because then that can also go the other way of people being like, oh, you apologize too much. I've definitely seen that happen as well. People just think negatively or less of someone because they think that person apologized too much. But I don't think you've necessarily hit the point of being too much. Also makes Steam stuff war. That's true. Just some people think that's a bit much. I've seen people start to think negatively of someone just because they apologize too much. They think it like gets annoying. Or they just don't like it because they think it's weird. I don't know the exact reason, but I know there are people who are like that and they don't like people who apologize too much. So apologize for saying so. No, that would make it worse. Well, I think another thing, at least me trying to piece this together in my brain, like a reason for it as well would be like, if you're always saying sorry so much, then at what point of that then would you not stop and be like, okay, if I'm always apologizing, then I'm just the problem. I need to do better. Like, that's probably how they're thinking. Like, if you're apologizing so much, why aren't you realizing then that you're probably just the issue to begin with and need to just do better instead of apologizing? You know what I mean? That's probably another reason as to why people don't like it. Just because at a certain point they probably just start to see it as, okay, if you're going to apologize all the time, then you just need to do better. Now, that's not how I think, but that is definitely how some people might think. Ignore them. That's the best thing to do. Those are not the kind of people you want in your life. But again, from their perspective, what I could see making sense is, if you're always apologizing, then like, why don't you try to figure out why you're always apologizing and stop doing whatever caused that? You know what I mean? Like, if you have all these things you feel like you need to apologize for, stop doing the things that you are then apologizing for. That's probably what they're seeing it as. Well, yes, that, but I mean like saying sorry after like every little thing. That's the point where people might get annoyed with it. Because that's the point where they're gonna be like, oh, okay. Like, obviously I'm not saying don't apologize ever. Like, if you actually do something wrong, you should apologize. Sometimes it's the best thing to do with these kind of people, though. There's people like that in your life, you just don't acknowledge them. They're just there to mess with you. They have one goal. You're back. Welcome back. And yeah, I am still over odds, unfortunately. Catch. Boop. And boop. Alright. Give me the cocoa. I don't care. No. No. I can never tell. No. Well, I mean, if it's people that are actually getting annoyed with you apologizing, and that's the issue, or at least that's why you keep apologizing, maybe silence is the best thing to do. I'm gonna be honest. Because again, those are not people you should be interacting with. If they're gonna get annoyed with you for doing basic human interaction and having common decency to apologize if you think you've overstepped your boundaries, like, those are the people you just don't need to interact with, honestly. So in that case, silence probably is the best thing. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be sorry. It does not hurt my feelings at all, what you do. I am here to provide a place for people to watch a shiny hunt, see someone do and say stupid stuff, and just have a place to go. That's... don't worry about having to be sorry for leaving. Like, you're not required to be here. No one ever is. I do this just because I like playing Pokemon and want to share my passion. And if people want to show up and they like showing up, then that's just a bonus. So you're never required to be here. Don't ever worry about being late. Can't be late because you're not required to be here. Don't ever worry about having to leave sooner than you wanted to. Don't ever have to worry about any of that. I'm just here because I want to be. But take care. Maybe I shouldn't Dynamax Pokemon that has bad moves. Oh, I might not even need to Dynamax. Grass Pledge does plenty of damage. Better late than never, indeed. Indeed-y. Pokemon pun? Yeah, I mean, I'm not bothered by this hunt going over odds. If anything, I'll be honest, I actually find it more fun when the hunts go over odds. As long... Hold on, what was I about to say? I know it's kind of like frustrating to some people because, like, statistically speaking, I should have it by now. But, like, that's part of the fun. Shiny hunting for me is about the journey. Getting the shiny is just a trophy to remember what happened. So I'm fine if the hunt wants to go, like, 400. Now, I would rather it didn't, but I'm okay if it did. Yes, Mimikyu, take this. I mean, there's not like an optimal path here. In fact, I would argue all these paths kind of just suck. Oh, flamethrower, I can do that. Wait, I have corrosion. What all does corrosion let me do? Does that mean poison moves can hit? Or does that just mean I can put toxic? I don't even know. This coconut better be worth it? It's gonna be worth it. The video alone that I'm planning for this is gonna be amazing. Do I even have corrosion? I should check that. I do. Pokemon can poison the target, even if it's zero poison. Okay. So it can't use poison moves still, but it can poison. Okay. Good to know. I was curious about how that ability worked. I need a stretch, but like my setup does not really allow for me to do that. Huh. Honestly, I don't even care by this point in the hunt. Like, I don't care if I get the Coco tonight. my biggest concern is I just don't know when the next time is I'll be able to hunt it. Because, as I've said a million times, I live in the area that is getting this winter storm or whatever. Yeah, we don't know anything about how this is going to affect us, how power is going to be handled, how Wi-Fi, like, nothing. We don't know nothing. So, there's also the fact that they might be doing, like, blackout rotations or whatever. So, they're just going to cycle through different areas getting their power shut down. Even if, you know, power itself isn't out, they're probably still going to cycle through just to help out with resources. And there's also very much a chance that nothing even happens and this is all a hoax. But I'm going to be prepared. I'll have my laptop charged, which I'll admit, having that isn't going to do too much. I mean, gives me about a day's worth of use out of it, assuming I'm on it 24/7. But I probably won't be. The only times I will be using it is probably just to, like, work on writing some music and stuff. But, I mean, I have a bunch of handhelds, which I'm so fortunate for. Going to charge them up tonight so I have stuff to play on. And also, being a musician, unless you play an electric instrument, you can actually, fun fact, play your instrument without needing electricity. Crazy. So I can also very much just play sax all day if I want to. Yeah, I'm excited because I have my main plans. So I have Persona that I've been meaning to get more playtime on. So I'll be able to do that since that's on PSP. And then I have my two 3DS systems for black and white, which I need to finish up so I can start shiny hunting in them. Hopefully those be done sooner than later. Or I guess sooner rather than later. Yeah, I definitely have plans. I'm going to try my best to get content creation done and everything. Of course, there's not much I can admittedly do when power's out. And if internet's out too, which probably will be because I think that goes with the power. Like, you can lose internet separate of power, but if you lose power, I think you lose internet too. is this one guy okay. There's this one guy I keep seeing live all the time. And I swear, he's always running the same 6-game setup hunting Kyogre. And he's got Kyogre like 1,000 times. But he just keeps going for it again. So, like, I don't know if it's looping, like, the same pre-recorded video, or if this guy genuinely just keeps going live with the exact same hunt for who knows what reason. I don't know. Not to say I'm trying to talk bad about it. I just don't get it. Please, Patricia. Okay, that works too. This will be 134, assuming I can beat it. Hopefully I can. Should not be too hard. Steel Roller, yes! I love when NPCs actually lock in and use good moves. There's not much good Grimmsnarl can do. It's literally just here for emotional support. It's just in there like, go team, you can do this! I'm gonna go punch it in the face! Bah! I feel so much stronger! Okay guys, good luck! That's what I imagine Grimmsnarl's here for. Oh. Continue without me! Yeah, that's what I imagine is happening with Grimmsnarl. Fortunately for me, it's not really in a position where it can do too much damage with discharge. Why would you Iron Defense? I guess that makes sense. You don't have Steel Roller right now. I should beat it this turn. That's my goal, at least. If I can beat it this turn, then that's usually signs that I'm doing pretty good for myself. At least that's what I would hope. Max Ooze, yes. Big damage. power. Okay, that finishes it off. Alright. Boom. This is gonna be the shiny because I said so. It's probably not gonna be the shiny, but you can always hope with a hunt like this. Alright. It's time. I'm gonna get a shiny. No. 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 Okay. I lied. Lying is bad. That's my fault. Shouldn't have lied. I love how I'm just in a great position to do this hunt right now, because where I'm at right now, I have an hour and we'll round up hour 15 minutes left to do this tonight. And after this run specifically, assuming I win, or to play it safe, after the next run that I win, you know, it's gonna work out pretty nice for me, because that'll be 30 already that I've done in one sitting, which is really nice, especially at this point in time, because this is about how long I go on the shorter days. So, you know, it's nice that in the regular amount of time I've managed to get this far, because normally I get like 20 because I lose a bunch. But the paths have been very fortunate. The shiny odds have also been in my favor. Not for Coco, but shinies are shinies. We take what we get. So honestly, I think it's not too unrealistic to expect that I can at least get to 140, maybe even 144. That would be a nice place to get if I can. That's 10 away, so that's doable, I think. You should go hunt Linton again? Of course. Yes, it's a wise decision. You say again, does that mean you got it? You might have already said that, and I forgot. That's my bad if I did. Or do you just mean go continue the hunt? Either way, Linton, again, it's totally worth it, in my opinion. Ditto. That was unfortunate. I guess I really should have thought about that. Big stream today? Yeah. And I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's here right now. Appreciate. Especially our friends who are lurkers. Appreciate the support. Views are views. So, very grateful. Ditto, I don't really think I want this. It's always funny taking a Ditto into the final fight of these, because you know, the Ditto transforms into the legendary you're fighting, so it's always funny to have a tiny legendary. I think that $20 tip yesterday, you're... Huh? What $20 tip? Did I miss something? Am I forgetting something? I might be forgetting something. Hey, I had busy day with classes, so my apologies if I'm forgetting something. I'm trying to lock in. Concentrate, focus, and get a shiny. So humble. Indeed. So humble indeed. I think I'm going to be able to get to 144 today. Tonight, I guess, technically. I guess it still can be today if anyone watching this is in a place with a time zone that is technically rolled into the AM hours. Then I guess it would be today. But for me, it's night. When do I think I'll start hunting? That is actually a great question, because I was just talking about that earlier, actually. So, 3DS, it's weird. So I don't have many games that are, like, actually prepared to shiny hunt right now, because I have other projects I'm working on for videos. But I've been playing through Pokemon Black and White, because those are some of my favorite DS games to shiny hunt in, because they're my favorite games. So what I've been doing is, recently, throughout streams, I've been playing through Pokemon Black right now, just on the side, just to get through the story of that. And fortunately, I was talking about this earlier. I don't know if you've heard about this, because this is an America thing. I don't know if you're in America, and if not, I don't know if other places are talking about it, but the place I live in is in range for this winter storm whatever that's coming through. So we're unsure about what the next 3 days are going to look like. We don't know if power's going to go out, internet's going to go out. We don't know if they're going to have to do blackouts and shut out power for people. We don't know how they're going to do things. We don't know what's going to happen. But fortunately, I have a lot of handhelds and a laptop as well. So what I'm thinking about doing is, since I'll have all these things I can do that have a battery built in, so, you know, I can charge them and not have to worry if the power goes out necessarily. I'm hoping that gives me enough battery life across devices to finish up Black and try to get through as much of White as possible. Now, I don't know how much I can reasonably do. But I'm going to try to get it. And I'm hoping that within the next stream or two, I'll be able to boot it up. Now, unfortunately for streams, I don't know if I'll be able to do my Sunday stream. I will post an update on how that's looking. Just because we don't know what power and internet's going to look like. If I don't have power, don't have internet, or it's uncertain if I'll be able to have power and internet, then I'm not going to do it. Because I don't want to try to commit to something and then have it cut short because of something out of my control. But I'm planning on starting soon. Thinking like the next 2 or 3 streams. Really just depends on how quickly I can get through both of the games. But it is coming soon. I will have to figure out what to do with the layout though, because where Marowak is in the previous encounter slot, that's about where I'm going to put the camera. So something's going to have to move if this is going to even happen. Oh, no more Tauros? Man. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm either going to just scoot it in closer to Coco, or I'm going to move it above where the sub goal is and make it just a bit smaller. And then use more of that area for the camera. Again, I'm not fully sure. It just depends. I'll have to figure this out and do a bit of layout testing. But I'm definitely excited to bring them on and start doing 3DS hunts again. I'm just uncertain at this time when exactly that'll be. But that'll be fun bonus content to look forward to. I'm getting cooked, but to be fair, what is this team? Oh, that did a lot of damage. Hold up. Please, I need another attack. Yes! Oh, that is hype. That is hype. I did not think I was going to win that. Alright, this will be 136. This marks the 30 encounters. Alright. Let's get a shiny, I don't know. Ditto, no. Roselia, no. Tauros, no. Tapu Koko, no. Okay. Unfortunate. Oh, I forgot that game goes a lot faster because it doesn't have to deal with a prompt. That's my word of advice to anyone who wants to do dual switch hunting as well. Assuming you have 2 switches, that is advice I will give. If you only have one planned target, or don't have multiple targets planned out and saved, my advice is on any switch that isn't hosting, just go ahead and save the path anyways. It saves you a few text boxes of, do you want to save the path? You save on that every time. So it's just genuinely worth it. Just have it saved already. Doesn't hurt you. And you can start doing what I plan to do soon. Is like, if the host game starts giving you bad paths, just switch which game is hosting. What's that ground type? Is that Quagsire? No, it's Diggersby. Okay. I'm fine with Diggersby. Yeah, still no Coco, unfortunately. Also, welcome back. I hit one of the main goals for tonight, which was simply just getting Coco. Not Coco. Not getting Coco. Hold on. I didn't get Coco. I literally just established I didn't. What I meant to say there, let me rewind, reword that. I got Coco to 136, which was 30 encounters tonight, which is pretty good because it's been little over 5 hours. This is about when I'd stop for the shorter streams, so I'm doing pretty good. Could a 3-dimensional frequency table be used to display more complex data sets? If this is your homework, I don't know the answer to that. Maybe someone else does. If that's some kind of hypothetical question, I don't know. If it's a test of my own knowledge, I'm an idiot, so do with that what you will. Oh my gosh, I am actually just straight up vibing with this music. Okay, I don't have music playing yet. That's the thing I've mentioned throughout this stream. I'm not going to talk about that again. Yeah, I've been playing the Final Fantasy X-2 victory / mission complete theme. It's an extended loop, so it's 30 minutes, but I have it set on loop, so it repeats every 30 minutes. That has been going practically this entire stream, and I have not grown tired of it yet. Like, it's actually just good background music. I can vibe with it. But I think it also helps that, like, it's intentionally designed to be background music that's looped. So it's meant to just be played on repeat and not sound out of place. Whereas, like, actual songs, you know, those can kind of get boring and tiresome. Catch. Do I want this? Yes, because everything we have is bad. What's that bug type? I don't care. Okay, that's Spanish. I think you just asked the same thing, but in Spanish. I don't know. Sure. If you want an answer to the question, sure. Yeah, why not? Are you asking for proof that as to why I think that's Spanish, or proof as to why I said yeah, sure? Because that determines if the answer is going to be really funny or really not funny. The answer to the question was yes, so I'm quite. I guessed. I mean, it. Reading words and comprehending them is not my strong suit. So it's just like, yeah, sure. Yes probably makes the most sense to that. I mean, it was a 50-50, was it not? I think, for the sake of keeping things even, I'm gonna go to 140 tonight. Because that's two away, technically, because I count in twos. So even though numerically it's four away, it's two sets of two. So just two away for our purposes. Do I want my Bumby? No. Why would I want to Ribbon Beat? But yeah, I think hitting 140 is going to be a nice stopping point because that's even. So going forward, I can try to aim for intervals of 10. You know, just to keep things even going forward. Unless, of course, I get the shiny, then there's no control on that. Based on how the run is looking, I think I could win this one. And I'm going to be honest, if this path is good enough, I might just reset it. Just to try to squeeze out another victory. Okay, my desk is very messed up. So context, my desk isn't like a store-bought desk. It's like actually handmade. It was made from real wood and everything. And that's all the context you need to know as for what my desk is made out of. Anyways, I got bored and had like a pocket knife or something. So one day I just like did a bunch of chiseling away at the desk. So there is one section that I had to fill up with hot glue actually because of how deep it was cut. But I have the one section that I like sawed away with like a saw like portion of the knife. And then the rest is just a bunch of cuts that like I whittled away at slowly. And part of why I have two giant pads on my desk. One is a TCG playmat and the other is the ZA pre-order bonus I got, which was like a giant mouse pad or whatever. Main reason I have those is just so it's more comfortable to use my desk and stuff. Oh yeah, so reason why I brought that up is I have this pair of tweezers I got when I got the tools to start shell swapping my OLED Joy-Cons about a year ago. And of course these are like pretty sharp too because they have a very fine tip on both of them. Like these can pierce skin if you try hard enough. Anyways, there's a little crack in part of my desk from where I cut at it. And I was able to squeeze the tip together and just kind of shove it into the desk. And it just hangs there now. That's cool. That's what she said. Okay. No! I was gonna swap the Squirtle. No! I hate that stupid glitch. I was going to swap the Squirtle, but it didn't let me. And no one took it, of course, so... Maybe this path isn't the one. I'm not Dynamaxing because Ice Beam can freeze. Ooh, confusing. That's nice. Because even if I can't freeze it immediately, that still gives it a chance to get hurt. I wish that move, like, did more accurate spreading, or, like, wiser spreading, I guess. I don't know. So that way, like, you know, if Pokemon's HP is full, it doesn't try to give it any of that. Like, it has the total pool for how much HP Life Dew will heal. And it distributes it in the most fair way to where Pokemon's HP will be as balanced as possible. Now, of course, if you can't get all of them up to max HP, then that's okay. But, like, you know, I'd rather have them all get to a pretty balanced health, even if it means giving more to a weaker Pokemon. Because the alternative to that is waste a lot of healing on Pokemon that don't need it, and then barely any gets to go to the weak one. Fortunately, I think the team is getting pretty stacked. Aw, man. Wait, that's good though, because I don't think Wartortle went yet. So if I can freeze, that's still really good. Discharge, that's scary. Did Wartortle faint? Oh, it lived on 3. Nice. Life Dew is not going to save that thing, but it can try. I just really have to hope it's not going to pick on... I was going to call it Squirtle. Let's hope it doesn't pick on Squirtle. Oh, it's got leftovers. Nice. I think, unfortunately, it is a better special attacker. Pop quiz, what's the largest organism by mass vault? I don't know. Sperm whale? Probably not all right. But that's the first thing that comes to mind. Oh, Pollen Puff. That's helpful. Max Airstream, who's that going into? That sucks. Wait, but how many deaths is that? Is that our first death? Because if that's our first death, that's still really good. Because it... Actually, I don't know if it already cleared stats. Yeah, that's just the first death. Wow. Oh, yeah. This might actually go well. Because the way I see this, every time it knocks out something weak, sure, I lose a life. But, I mean, it can only knock out so many things from weaknesses. So as long as things don't come back into rotation, like, I can win this turn very easily. And I think I should be able to, because even if it somehow knocks out the 2 not Dynamax Pokemon, Hatterene should still be alive. It's using Max Airstream. See, like, that's fine. That's only the second death. Unless that lived on 1, somehow. No, okay. But yeah, see, that's just the second death. So I'm still going to be able to make a comeback. Ice Beam. And Max Mindstorm. So even with Unfortunate Path, you know, still works out in the end. Pando clone. I'm not looking that up right now because I have a weird feeling. Not saying I don't entirely trust that. I just have a feeling that the one time I trust to search something without second guessing it, it's going to be something I'm going to regret. Alright, Hatterene, no, which is fine because I already got one in a previous phase for an earlier Tapu, I think, actually. I think it was during Bulu. Anyways, Hatterene, no. Rabombi, fortunately, no. Diggersby, unfortunately, no. And Tapu Koko, unfortunately, no. Alright, I'll do one more. That'll get us to 140, a nice even number to end things off. I poked myself on accident. I'm not allowed to play with the tweezers anymore. Alolan Raichu's pretty good. Don't know what point. Oh, Salazzle. That's actually really good, especially with that Alolan Raichu along the way. And then I don't care. But this is actually a really good path, at least from my point of view, because Mimikyu helps take out the Raichu. And then the Raichu helps take out the Salazzle. And so on, you know. Now, issue, there are 2 water types. Double issue, there are 2 poison types. This might not go so well. Pando clone, largest organism of all time. The twist, the organism is an entire forest. All the trees in the Pando clone are all connected by the same root system. Oh. Interesting. That sounds like some like scary forest plot and like some RPG. Like you're just going through a forest and you're like something's weird, and then it turns into a boss fight because you find out the whole forest is alive and it's all one thing. Then you get into an encounter with Pando clone, and you gotta beat that. But then like the annoying thing is like every time you chop down one tree, a new one takes its place. So, you know, it's an endurance game, except it's actually unfair because there's actually one simple cheat to win the fight that the game doesn't tell you. See, it wants you to think you have to keep cutting down the trees, but that's bad because, you know, that's going to keep, like, hurting you. And then eventually what's going to happen is it's just going to use some really overpowered move that just wipes your whole party. Because that's not what you're supposed to do. What you're supposed to do is spam fire magic. Because then it sets the forest on fire. The whole thing burns down. That's how you beat the boss. I could imagine that would be like some dumb, like, boss fight in an RPG. Okay. Do either of you want it? No, of course not. That's fine. Raichu isn't that bad to have for Coco anyways. Because it's an electric type, it already resists a lot of the moves Coco's going to be dishing out. Now, what I need to hope is that Oscar and William start switching here. None of those really seemed enticing. Electric Seed, sure. But that really gets screwed up if I ever have to Dynamax the Raichu. I guess I could have taken the one for Psychic, because I think I had Psychic terrain, the Misty terrain, and the Electric terrain. So I think I could have taken the Psychic one, because I'm probably going to need a Dynamax here anyways. So, does that neutralize its corrosion? Therefore, meaning it can't poison a poison type or steel type? I think that's what this means for me. I need to check. Oh wow, this might actually work out pretty well for me. Because the music I'm listening to, it loops in like 30-minute intervals. And I think it's going to work out for me to where it ends this loop by the time I'm wrapping up. So that's nice. It's not a perfect 30 minutes though. It's like 30 minutes and 20 seconds. So, you know, every 3 loops, it essentially gains a second. So, like, if you said the first 3 were just 30, round down, then the 4th one would be 31, technically. Because you get the extra... Well, no, every 3rd one would be 30. So it would be 30, 30, 31, technically. You know, math and stuff. See, I try my best to get it lined up to where, like, every half hour it would loop again, which just kind of like helps me mentally, because I have some kind of audio cue for like, hey, you're getting through this, you're progressing. Just reassure that I'm not just sitting here in an infinite void of time where time doesn't move forwards or backwards. It just sits there. It reminds me, this one time, I was on the bus going home from school one day, and the bus I rode, it had like a real crazy route that had to go to a whole bunch of different places because it covered a large route. So one day I put on like a 15-minute loop of a video game song I liked. I forgot what song it was by now, but I put on a 15-minute loop of something. And, you know, I was like, yeah, it takes about 10 minutes to get home. So, I'm fine with listening to a song for like 15 minutes, you know. So anyways, I go through all this, and I'm keeping track of time. For sake of time, we'll make up a time. I don't know what time I actually got on, but for our sake, we'll say I got on the bus at 3 p.m. Okay, so 3 p.m. I get on the bus. Takes about 10 minutes to get home, so I should be home by about 3:10. The video I was listening to was 15 minutes, so it would finish by 3:15. I started the video, or I guess song, technically, but it was on YouTube, so it was technically a video as well. You get the point. Basically, I started that about as soon as I got on the bus, even before it started moving. And I listened to it the whole way. I get off the bus at about 3:12. Yeah, we'll say 3:12. And I don't remember which way it went. But the video was not 12 minutes in. So you see the issue here? I start the video at 3, and I listen to it until 3:12. But it's not 12 minutes in. I forget if it was like 10 minutes in or if it was over and went 14 minutes in. I think it was 10 minutes in, though. I think it went under. But, like, there's the issue right there. How did the video play time not line up with the actual time passed? That still confuses me. The only thing I got was somehow it had some kind of stutters or had to load stuff that I didn't know or didn't notice. Or maybe it was set to play back at a slightly slower speed that I didn't realize. And that's how it somehow did not last as long as it should have. But still, that's just crazy because it's like, huh? How did the video not last as long as it was actually playing? It's weird. I always wondered how that happened. Time zones are a crazy thing. That's for sure. I need the Raichu to have the option. Okay. Oscar switch. I'm fine with that, I guess. I would rather no one switch than William switch. But I would also rather Oscar switch than no one switch. You get the idea? As much as I would rather the best outcome, I'll take the neutral outcome over the worst. You know, as long as I'm not getting the worst outcome. I've won in this situation before. Oh, that's another thing I didn't think about. It can't set up a forced terrain. Interesting, because I wasn't using any kind of setup move. I'm attacking. Ooh, and the crit. Cross poison. Does that poison? No. Does this freeze? I think I would like a freeze more than poison. Because while poison is chip damage, freeze just puts it out. And if it's out and can't do anything, then that's just a free win. Because I can do more damage than poison is going to make up. Cross poison. Can I knock it out this turn, or is that asking too much? Aw, not the paralysis. It had weakness policy? That is so genius. That is so stupid! Why were you not attacking? It better hit itself in confusion, otherwise it's gonna suck. And great, my damage output was severely nerfed. Because one guy thinks it's a genius move to swagger when he could have finished the fight himself, I'm sure. Then I got fully paralyzed. We're all attacking this turn. Please hit yourself. How long long day. So, yeah, I'm wrapping up here. Hey, I beat it. Nice. That's what I wanted. Because I'm getting ready to wrap up. Hey, and just in time, too. I have 1 minute exactly left on the music I'm listening to. So if we go quick, minimal loading times or something, I can wrap up before this finishes. Or it doesn't matter. As long as it... I'll turn off the loop. Just so it's not going to go again. Wait. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that. It updates the next counter depending on if you have it set to loop or not. Alright. Raichu, no. Salazzle, no. Klefki, no. Tapu Koko, no. Unfortunately. Alright. I want to say thank you to everyone who was here. I appreciate your presence, enjoyment, if you had that, I guess. I don't know why I said enjoyment. I appreciate your presence, your... Welcome to always return. Thank you all for being here. To the people who are here right now, people who are lurking, people who have been lurking, people who were here and have left, people who are watching this as a VOD, because I know there are people that do that. Shout out to you guys for putting up with not live version of a live me. If that makes sense. Anyways, I appreciate everything. Thank you all for an amazing night. And I will post updates on when I will be back, because I don't know how this winter storm is going to affect me or my area. But yeah.